We could do some kind of like cat cafe live stream though. That could be a thing that we do.
I would love that.
Mm-hmm. And I feel like there's lots of catty people in the comments. People that like cats, not as in like catty, bitchy, but like.
I feel like books and cats are like one
they just
entity.
work because like a cat will just chill or it will just leave, and like that is absolutely the kind of attention that I need, is either chill or leave. Hey, hello and welcome. So we are doing more reading sprints. I've gone for the wintry timer this time because it's one of the few that I haven't done, and it's not the summer one. I do need to make another one for this year, but I haven't yet. I can already hear Hamlet is knocking stuff over in the kitchen. Love that.
I mean, it's now that you've clicked live, he's going to be a menace.
Of course.
I apologise for my son.
Let me just tag you guys on Twitter. Eleanor, do you want to quickly introduce yourself?
Eleanor Nifater on all the social media spaces. Yeah.
That's it. What are you going to be reading?
Sorry?
What are you planning on reading?
Oh, Our Share of Night. I'm buddy reading it with Abby. So I've got my pages to read for today. And we're so close to the end, I can almost taste it.
Now, touch a question. Are you enjoying it?
Yes. Yeah, it's really good. It's not what I expected. It's not like a usual kind of horror that I've read before. It's very a different kind of horror. But I'm enjoying it. I think buddy reading it was the way to go because discussions came very naturally.
That's fair. That's totally fair. I was worried you're going to be like, no, it's a sub-box pick, but no, don't like it. And I'll be like, oh, I'm so sorry.
No, a good pick. Yeah. Just wish I had chapters.
No, that's fair. That's fair. And it was not something that I noticed before I sent it out. So I can only apologise on that. Lizzie, do you want to introduce yourself and tell everyone why you're horizontal?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Again, I'm doing my bit, and I always feel like I'm like an AA meeting or whatever. Hi everyone, I'm Lizzie from Bombadil's Bookish Things, and I am horizontal, which I know for people who have been to Hannah's Sprints before, and I've been on them, this is not a surprising way to find me on Hannah's Sprints, but I've done something horrible to my back, and it's been really hurting all day, and I've been at rehearsals, and I was in a lot of pain, so I'm horizontal, and I'd be honest, I don't think anyone here minds, but, you know, I felt like I needed to explain myself.
No, I think that's fair.
And I was going between what I was going to read this evening, because I'm currently reading a smart book. And I was like, I don't really want to be holding a book up, so I'm going to be listening instead to The Nature of Witches by Rachel Griffin, because I got it on audio. So I'm just going to start this, because this is also a Gothtober pick, although I can't remember which prompt it was for, but Sylvie, I know it's a Gothtober pick.
It was a pick. That's fair. And Kasha, long time no see.
Yeah. I missed you.
Aw, thanks, bud.
Honestly, I had so much fun last night. So, yeah, I'm Kasha from Kasha's Book Cemetery, and I always tend to read several things during spring, so I don't get tired of the same book. Mm-hmm. I'm working my way through A Taste of Darkness. I only have a couple of stories left. I'm reading All That's Left in the World because the author is coming to Yelk, and I really wanted to read it anyway. And I want to read Fresh Hell by Cameron Chaney, which is another one that I've been really excited about. He did the Autumn Crow short story compilation, which is perfect for Halloween. And now this is like a new series called Autumn Crow High. So really excited. So it's a weird combination, but it's all kind of horror, so works.
I like that. I like that you've got a mix, because I am also going to be listening to an audiobook. I'm reading The Monarchs, which I don't know if Deanna is in the chat yet. I know that they are, like, my sister-in-law is reading The Ravens, which is the first one of this. So I really hope they're still enjoying it, because I'm very much enjoying this. But I'm reading because I started reorganizing my TBR shelf 2 days ago, and I've not finished.
Okay, Hannah is definitely downplaying that, because she isn't just redoing her TBR shelf. She's rearranging every single bookshelf that is in the living room. And that is where the majority of both of our, Hannah's books live down there, because she's got not very much wall space because of the way the house is. And I've got some books down there. But Hannah has set herself the task. she does this every couple of months, I'd say.
Yeah.
And I'm never surprised when I come down. I'm like, I can't find this book I was looking for, and Hannah's like, oh, it's because I moved it.
At least I know exactly where it is, though.
Yeah, but like
Every
Hannah
time.
is downplaying it. Like it's not just the TBR shelf; it's every bookshelf in the living room.
Yeah, that's fair.
So
I
that's
think
why it's taking a couple of days.
the reason it's also taking longer is because I'm updating my TBR sheet. Like I've got a spreadsheet that tracks my own TBR. And because Olivia and I are doing our challenge of trying to clear as many books from our TBR as possible, I want to see what books are on my own TBR, because where I haven't updated it, I usually only do it once a year, whereas now I'm trying to work out if I'm reading books that I've only bought this year and therefore are equating to zeros versus books I've had longer, which will equate to -1. I want more -1s than I want zeros, because I want to be clearing as much off my shelves as possible, is the other reason that I'm doing it. And also in the hopes that it makes my life easier when it comes to January and I have to do it all over again to film. So I'm trying to make my life easier then by doing it now. The other thing I'm tempted to do, if I finish that, I won't, but if I finish that, is I don't know if either of you were aware, but a couple of years ago, I did BookTube Champions, where I looked at everyone's TBR videos and I made a spreadsheet to see which book was TBR'd the most and therefore was like a BookTube champion, like one of our favorite books of the year kind of thing. I'm doing something very similar again this year that involves stalking everyone's Goodreads. So that is also going to take time. And like the last time I did it, it took me all year to do. This time it shouldn't take me as long. And I need to do it like closer to the end of the year. But I know they obviously do the Goodreads awards like between like November and January time, I think, usually. So I want to get it out before that goes up, because I always find it really interesting when we compare and people read like Goodreads favorites of the year and then loads of books I've never even heard of, and I'm like, I don't understand how this could be someone's favorite book when I like no one's heard of it. But yeah, so I'm doing that. That's kind of my plans for this evening. Let's see where we got to. So who is ready to go goth or go home? Well, I'm pretty sure we're all home, so we'll just have to go goth like a little bit. Just showered and I've been procrastinating since. That's fine. You're here now, ready to get some studying done. Good. Let me know what you're reading. Hello and welcome. I need to go take a shower, but then I'll definitely read. I believe that. Yeah. So is it Haku? Is that how you? Is it Haku?
Haku.
Haku.
It's from Spirited Away.
Cute.
And the other one's Calcifer from Howl's Moving Castle.
Nice.
Look at Lizzie's face. Lizzie got so happy when you made those references.
Yeah. My boys.
Your boys.
They're both hyper and they're sprinting the length of the flat.
That's fair. That's fair. I don't know where. I'm a little disconcerted because where Hamlet was knocking things over now I can't hear either of them.
Oh no.
Suspicious.
Very. To be fair, we used to have Lego up here. The Lego is now sitting here because Horatio has decided this is where he likes to sleep. So I imagine at some point he will appear up there. I need to tidy my room because I'm away the whole weekend, and surprisingly the room didn't clean itself. That's so weird. That's so weird. My Goodreads. Joke's on you. And me. Hello. I don't know if you were here when I said it, but I am reading The Monarchs, which is obviously the sequel to what you're reading. So let me know how you're getting on. I'm going to give it 5 more minutes, and then I will throw us into our sprint so that we can finish at the top of the hour, which will be fun. I spaced out on the sofa. I love that. I love that. PJs and Priory. That's a great combo. That's a great combo. What did you end up giving the prequel, Lizzie?
3 stars.
Nice.
Also, Georgia, are you reading that on audio or are you physically reading it? Because, like, then you're working out after your recovery. I mean, if you are lifting that book, I mean, but like, I did Priory on audio, so I'm just interested.
I'm still deciding whether it's one I want to read or not. Priory. I don't know.
Lizzie's thoughts weren't glowing. To be fair, I didn't love Priory, which is why I haven't picked up the prequel.
It's like people either love it or they find it quite meh, and I'm like, I'll probably find it meh. So I'm like, I just won't bother. So.
And it's a very big book to be meh about. Like if you're going to commit to it, it needs to be good. You know.
I think the thing about it that annoys me now is that obviously it was a standalone, and the ending is kind of the thing that makes or breaks it for people, I think. And for me, I feel like if it was going to be a series, why wasn't it a series and take a longer time, like for each part of what Priory was? Because they go into like historical stuff as like in passing, which is like, okay, I get why now you've done the prequel, but the first book didn't have to be like 800 pages long. It could have been like 300-page books or 400-page books. If you're going to make a prequel, you could have made it a sequel, like a series from the beginning. But
did they decide to do a prequel after the fact? Was it supposed to be a standalone and then they've changed their mind?
Yeah, it was supposed to be a standalone.
See, that's where it can go a bit.
Well, then even all the marketing was like the prequel to the standalone fantasy. I'm sorry, it's no longer a fucking standalone if you're saying it's a prequel. And like all the marketing was really hammering the fact that Priory was still a standalone. It's like, no, that's not how books work.
No.
You've done it wrong.
Yeah, just like a buddy read, but not really. I like that. We should buddy read something again soon. So Deanna, my mum and I all buddy read a thriller based around weddings this summer, and that was really fun. Wasn't the greatest book ever. I think we gave it like roughly like 3 to 4 stars. It was okay. Like, and I've recommended it to other people because I think there was a lot to say that was good about it. It just wasn't our favorites. But I just really liked hanging out on holiday and reading together. That was fun. I've written like 8 reviews this month. That's fair. That's fair. To be fair, I'm not going to be looking at reviews specifically. I'm not going to give away too much, but it should be interesting. I probably will check out yours anyway. Hello and welcome. I love that you're picking up the sun. Okay, hi Kat. Absolute demon child. Because I recommended this to Chloe, who then picked it for their sub box. What are you doing? What's the plan? Hey, are you just going to climb back down? Okay. Silly me decided to read it physically. It's taken me far too long. You're an athlete. I'm sure you'll be fine. I'll get swole. It's ready to be popping.
That's like me in this book.
It's chunky, right? It's like hefty. When it came as when it was a hardback, like you could kill someone with that. It was Priory sized.
Yeah.
I think this is the thing. It's like it's a big book, so it seems intimidating. But actually, the writing was really like not an issue for Priory. Like. It wasn't dense as such. It's just there's a lot of characters, a lot of like perspectives and stuff. Priory sitting on the shelf, and even though I sometimes have the urge to pick it up, I'm not going to abandon my other reads. Valid. That's so annoying. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, kitty sighting. I'm sure there will be more sightings. I mean, he's already creeping about. Where are you going? What is the plan here, bud?
Yeah, please don't go out there because you know what's going to happen. You'll knock over the internet again.
Yeah, well, to be fair, the internet should be okay because it's tucked between books, so it should be protected. But I don't know what his plan is. I'm only mildly disconcerted. Please don't go up there. I've piled stuff up there. I'm plugged in too much, so I'm just going to have to manhandle him down in a sec. You're a menace. Absolute menace. Anyway. In part of my physio and rehab, yes. I mean, I'm pretty sure your physio and rehab's for your legs, though, right? Because I'm pretty sure it's your ACL, but sit to stand holding Priory. Now that is a workout. I desperately need to pick up Priory. I mean, do you? That's what we're debating right now. Doesn't it also have a pretty airy layout, so it's not as many words? Maybe.
I don't remember. I don't know. I can't remember. But I audiobooked it, so the audiobook is pretty fucking long, though. Like, so I do think it's got quite a lot of words.
Why on earth? Right, okay. I'm going to put it on Instagram where my cat has decided to just chill out, and it's only a little disconcerting. Why? Why are you like this? Oi, if you're going to pose up there, the least you could do is look at me. Don't eat cobwebs, disgusting animal.
My cat's attacking the back of my laptop on the dining table. Stop it.
I'm going to take a photo from slightly further away so that people can understand for context why this has upset me so much.
Here's the other one. I'm not allowed to push the computer.
Anyway, it is now 15:15, so I'm going to throw us into a sprint. I'm absolutely going to be buried because this cat is going to knock everything over. But I will see you in 45 minutes. Enjoy your reads. Hey.
Hello, hello.
How did we do?
Good.
Well, Lizzie's still unconscious, so I love that.
I am conscious. I am listening to my audiobook. So, yeah. I read 57 pages.
Nice. That's really pretty.
Yeah, it's under the dust jacket. This is the reason I bought the book in the first place. Was this for the first edition, and I was like, I need this. And then it took me ages to actually find this edition. But yeah, I like it a lot.
It's very nice. It's very nice. How'd you get on, Kasha?
Good. I read 2.5 stories, so I'm nearly done. I'm like here.
Nice.
Progress. Probably will finish it tomorrow because I want to also make progress on the other books tonight. But good. Yes. I have a cat on my lap, so I'm unable to go anywhere. So
that's fair. I don't know if you can see, but literally just above my head here, Hamlet is just hanging out on top of the door crying. So
oh no.
And then the other one is exactly where I said he would be. Up on
That's so cute. I'm glad my cats can't make they haven't worked out to go on top of the doors yet.
Well, we've got another bookcase. You can't see it, but like the other side of this lamp, there's another bookcase that is much smaller. And he keeps looking at it like he's going to jump across, except what you can't see is that the lamp is one of those like cloche dome, like glass domes. So that would break. And then I've got like a little terrarium that Lizzie bought me that's very gothic and fun. That would break. And there's also at least 2 glasses on there at the moment. And I'm like, please, for the love of God, don't. Yeah. So how'd you get on, Eleanor? How many pages did you read?
Yeah, about 40 pages. So 10 pages left of my section.
Nice.
But yeah, just insane things.
That's fair. I managed 45 pages of this.
nice.
It's kind of different from the first one. With the first one, Vivi's character, I was kind of like, because she's kept in the dark for so many things, she's like discovering things. In this one, she's making choices I would not make. And I'm like, you've clearly never read other books like this because these are choices that just seem silly, you know? But I don't mind that it's kind of tropey in that way because it's tropey for a reason. I am enjoying it. And it's meant that I've managed to move across so many books. I've nearly filled another shelf, so love that for me. Let's see how everyone in the comments did. Let's scroll up to where I got to. Physio. Okay, so that's where we got to. I would probably say it is a quick read. I'm sure Abby is speeding through Priory, or has sped through Priory. I know they read it previously. Yes. Beautiful big-eyed baby. Goth gang. Good evening. Let me know how you got on. I cleaned my room for a bit and got distracted. Classic. It's a Sunday evening. I expect nothing less. I got PJs, got tea, and read 20 pages. That is what I need in the next sprint. I need tea, or I need a chai. I need something.
Hannah, didn't you make tea earlier?
No, I offered to make tea, and you said you didn't want one.
Oh, I thought I said yes.
No, you didn't. You said no. I can make tea, though.
I don't mind. Either way.
Would you like a tea? Would the tea make you feel good?
I'd have to sit up if I had a tea.
No. I can bring you a straw. We've got glass straws. You'll be fine.
Oh, I don't think I can drink tea out of a straw. That feels like that's too much of an invalid. Like,
No, but you drank coffee through a straw.
I did, but that was cold coffee.
Would you like a cold coffee?
No, I do not want coffee at 8 o'clock at night. Thanks, though.
Okay, I thought I'd offer.
I feel like a hot drink through a straw is just illegal.
It's weird, isn't it? It's like when you have soup and then you have a hot drink on the side. Like, why? My mouth doesn't know what's going on. Let me know how you're finding Ravenous Dark, because I loved it.
Me too. Great book.
Oh, I love that you put the rugby on in the background, because that is a sign that my brother has got to you, which makes sense. You're married now, but like, I feel like that's not a choice you would have made beforehand. Is it God forbid the women have? Yeah, I mean, I feel like Paradise Lost is just God forbid. Like, that's it. Could have finished the sentence there. I don't think that's a hot take. I think a lot of people agree with that Eve did nothing wrong. Are you enjoying it? What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on the Sundown Motel? Actually, Lizzie, one of the ones that I've been recommending to people is the Sundown Motel. I feel like it would be on your list as well. I feel like you'd really enjoy it.
Why? I've never heard of this book.
It's a ghostly mystery with parallel timelines and potential like timey-wimey stuff.
Oh, I'd probably, yeah, okay.
Right?
That sounds like I'd enjoy it.
I really like this.
I've heard really good things, which is why I've been like adding it to some of my subscription boxes. See, it's fine. You're not an invalid. It's fine. See, I've heard that it's better because it's better for your teeth as well, because it just goes straight past as well. So it's meant to be better because like tea and coffee are really bad for staining your teeth, which is why I hate smiling, because I have ruined my teeth with the amount of tea that I drink. I usually don't, but I do find it easy sometimes when I do. That's fair. Pigs. I'm enjoying it. Good. Oh, I've had this on them. Yes. Curious to hear thoughts. Curious to hear thoughts.
I'm fully distracted by Horatio behind you, though, Hannah. And there was a moment where I thought he was going to jump across, and I was like, "Oh no!"
And he's just licking himself in the most awkward way. Like I don't know why he feels the need to like really throw his head back.
It's like a bobblehead from this angle.
Mm.
Do you know what I wasn't expecting in this book on page 600? Was 15 pages of really, really graphic, intense gay relationships followed by death due to AIDS, because it's set in the 90s.
Oh.
I came out of such a left field.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot.
There's so much different representation in this book. It's so well done, because none of it feels forced. But there's a lot in here, and it's still horror, and it's still lots of like body horror in amongst that as well. And I'm like, what's going on?
It's just a lot. Like this is just a lot.
I think I've got like 100 pages left, and I'm like, what's the conclusion going to be of this?
Speaking of timey-wimey, David Tennant is in the Camilla dramatization. He is. Because I wasn't home for the weekend, the temperature dipped. It's now extremely chilly and I don't like it. It is cold in here, but where I've been moving to and fro, it's not too bad. The only downside is my desk is so unfortunately propped that if I stand in front where I need to be to like fill in the thing and like keep moving, it's just the t-shirt slogan. That's all you can see is t-shirt slogan.
As you can tell, it's toasty in my room.
Mm-hmm.
It's not toasty in my room. That's why I'm fully under the duvet and got my hoodie on.
I was nodding because I assumed it was sarcasm.
Good.
Yes, on my Insta. He's on my Insta. I didn't love the Camilla audio, but that's a me thing. To be fair, I would listen to the really old one, which made it sound less like a gothic feminist novel and more like sapphic porn, but not in a fun way.
I enjoyed reading Camilla. I didn't listen to it on audio though. I read it, but I thought it was really
wouldn't recommend the old school one.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, a lot. I mean, it's a really long book, so they do pack a lot in, and it jumps about in time and follows different perspectives.
That's fun.
But yeah, it's good, but all the trigger warnings.
Not all. Between reading sprints, I'm making initial wedding prep spreadsheet, guest lists, and finances are making me sad. That's a mood. That's a mood. Oh, audio. Do you know what the worst audiobook I ever listened to was? Den of Vipers. Hated it so much. I always talk about how much I hated that book, but I hated the audiobook more.
Hannah, I would like to say you did choose to read the audiobook. The rest of us
I didn't want to read the actual thing. The actual thing was like 600 pages. I didn't want to pay for it for a start. At least with Audible, I had a credit, so I didn't feel like I was paying for it.
I'm pretty sure I did it on flipping what's it called, Prime Reads or whatever it is, the other one.
Grim. No, not for me. 10 out of 10 would not recommend.
I wouldn't recommend that book anyway. Like,
it's not a good book. It's not a good book, but the Cockney voice of Diesel was deeply upsetting.
The voice actors and actresses and accents can be so off-putting with audiobooks. I have DNF'd a book within like 5 minutes of listening to an audiobook and being like, I can't listen to this voice. It's too irritating.
Yeah.
That's
just
why I always listen to like a sample, like on Audible, where I choose if I'm actually going to listen to it or not. Because sometimes I'll read the audiobook and I'll love it, but then other times I will slog through an audiobook and I'd be like, oh, if I didn't listen to the audiobook, I probably would have enjoyed it more.
That's why I like Scribd, because I'm not paying for them individually, so I can just like get rid of it.
That's totally fair. What's the worst audiobook you guys have ever listened to?
I don't even know if I'd remember. I DNF them quick. If I can't vibe with the accent or the voice they're doing, I'm like, nah, I can't listen to it. I really Southern American accents. I can't. If it doesn't fit with like the vibe of the story, I don't know.
I don't think I've ever like actually listened all the way through for a voice that I haven't enjoyed, but I can tell you the worst audiobook I have listened to is Midnight Sun by Stephanie Meyer. That was a pretty horrendous time.
I physically read that one.
Didn't like it, but the best audiobooks I've read are the Skullduggery Pleasant audiobooks because they're good.
They're great. They are genuinely good. And they're so good because even though there's 3 different narrators, you can't tell the difference between each of them. They sound like they're by the same person. Like they're all done to such a high quality. Would recommend. I've never been exposed to Camilla, so it was fine. Now I just need to read the actual book. That's fair. You're in my thoughts. Overwhelming. The old video of the Earthsea, literally the raspberry sound of the dragon fell out of the sky. I love that. Some high-pitched voices really put me off. Do you know what I find really bizarre? Is it's almost like they're trying to dumb down high fantasy that's meant to be like YA fantasy. Is they get really overly high-pitched feminine voices to narrate them. And I feel like they would sound more like traditional high fantasy if they were narrated by men. And I don't know if it's my internalized misogyny that I find it irritating or general misogyny that we have this perception that it has to be girly if it's YA.
I don't know if it's my internal misogyny, but I prefer male narrators for audiobooks. It doesn't grate on my brain. Maybe because it's not...
It's like a lower tone.
A lower register, so it's just a bit more like background. It can kind of like coast along, whereas female voices are usually a little bit higher pitched, so they can kind of be a bit more, I don't know.
I'd love to have sympathy for you, but I told you from the start that this book was a waste of time, and I did it as an audiobook, so I understand your pain. Like The Silent Patient, I will die on this hill because I know that people love McLadies, whatever his name is. Can't stand him. One of the worst writers of our time. On par with E.L. James, in my opinion. This is where like the Silent Patient fans come in, but I hated it. I hated that book so much.
I never read it because I don't know. When it was hyped, I was like, I don't know. And then I saw Gavin reading, I think, the other book in one of his vlogs, and he hated it. And I'm like, maybe I should just let it go. But I've never read anything by the author, so I have no opinion apart from, I don't know, maybe it was overhyped at the time.
That's fair. That's fair. I think it was massively hyped, and I'm annoyed because when the sequel came out, people then rushed to go out and reread The Silent Patient, and I thought, stop giving this man your time. The best audiobooks of all time are the Andy Serkis Lord of the Rings. I will not be accepting any counter arguments. I don't think I've got one. I don't think I've got an audiobook specifically because it was an audiobook that I would prefer over it. There's books that I've enjoyed because they were audiobooks, but I can't think of a single one where I'm like, no, this voice was better than that. So you can have that.
Having listened to the old audiobooks for Lord of the Rings and the ones now, Andy Serkis does such a bad job. And I don't know what it is about Andy Serkis, but he makes Lord of the Rings a lot more accessible, in my opinion. Because he reads very slowly. Like I listen to audiobooks quick anyway. With him, he reads them so slowly, and I think like for new fantasy readers, like I would definitely always say listen to the audiobooks. Like he's done The Hobbit as well. And I just really, really enjoy them. I like Lord of the Rings anyway, obviously, it's my whole brand. But like there is something specifically good about his versions, and he does all the voices so funny. And obviously, like if people like the films, it's Gollum reading it, and he does all his Gollum voices and everything, so that's super cool.
That's fair. The worst audiobooks I listened to were the Dragon Riders of Pan series. They were recorded in the 80s. That'll do it. I read by the author Oh, okay. I enjoy read by the author, but sometimes compared to professional actors. Well, I think there's something. So I listened to it was the Jimmy Carr one. It was like what's it called? So I need to check because I'm like I know it's over here and I can't remember what it's called. Before and Laughter. That was it. Jimmy Carr does the audiobook for his Before or Laughter one, and what I loved about that is you can tell when he's finding his own jokes funny. Like you can hear it in his voice that he's laughing, and I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, non-fiction read by author I really enjoy.
Mm-hmm. I feel like it brings something else to it. So like Natalie Haynes does a great one, and also she does comedy as well anyway, so she gets the inflection of it. I'm Glad My Mum Died. I thought
I like that audiobook. It was really good.
Yeah.
I like Neil Gaiman
yes,
as well.
makes sense.
When he reads his own audiobooks, are good.
Second favorite is Myra Quirk. Love the Bone Houses as well. I think loads of people love The Maidens. Loads of people loved it. They're wrong, but they loved it. My favorite audiobook so far is David Copperfield by Richard Armitage. Good shout. He's got a sexy voice. Best of Style Generators are good. My favorite is Good Omens by Neil Gaiman. Fair. Andy Serkis reading The Hobbit is what kickstarted my new love for audiobooks. I barely read them. That's fair. If you're wondering why I'm trying to rush through, it's because it's 1:15 and I want to get back into sprinting so I can move things around. I've heard it at least 3 times. That's fair. I really enjoyed Dull Air for Aunties as an audiobook. I can't imagine having read it any other way. I feel like the way that book moves so quickly, doing it as an audiobook, you just feel like you're literally being taken for a ride. It is such a joy to listen to. I'm here for you for that one. I also passionately love the Michelle Obama one. So yeah, The Hobbit is great as well, and the Circus truly acts. Yeah, true. Stolen Focus was ironically hard to focus on in an audiobook, though I haven't tried physically reading it yet, so I don't know if the writer or author. It's just a boring book. I will say that I really struggled reading the 5th season, but the audiobook of 5th season is Chef's Kiss. So I think if people were picking up intimidating books, that's a good one. Would recommend.
I read the 5th season, and then I just decided I wasn't going to read the rest of the series.
No, you don't pick it up?
No, I don't know why. It seems like it's right up my street, but it just didn't work for me, and I struggled reading it.
That's fair. Georgia and I buddy read it, but I did it as a partial read, partial audiobook, and I do think that helped because there were loads when I first read it. I was like, I don't know where I am. Okay, we're going to do leaves rustling this time. I will see you all in 45 minutes. Or 44 minutes and 55 seconds. Hey.
Hello.
How did we do? I managed another 45 pages of the Monarchs, which means I'm now officially over halfway. I don't think I'm going to finish this today, but I am nearly done shuffling my books around. So I love that for me.
Excellent. I finished the last 10 pages of my section of Our Shaded Night, and then I read 30 pages of The Unpicking by Donna Moore.
Nice.
Started this, yeah.
You enjoying it?
Yeah, it's about it's a historical thriller following 3 generations of like so-called hysterical women in Scotland. So it's good so far. Yeah, it's out later this month. So.
That's fair.
I'm just juggling a cat.
That's fair. How'd you get on, Lizzie?
I'm not 100% sure how much I read. I don't know where I am in the book, but
Okay.
it was at least another like 50-ish pages.
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. That's fair. I've made tea, which I can pour if you want one.
Woo!
I know you were maybe earlier, but I thought I'd ask again just before I pour it.
Sweet.
How'd you get on, Kasha?
Good. I finished the short horror story, and I read a little bit of All That's Left in the World, and I'm really enjoying it. It's interesting because it's kind of like The Walking Dead, but without the zombie aspect so far.
Fair.
But I'm enjoying it more than I thought. There's a lot of things are happening. So, you know what it's about, or no? Don't you know?
Which one?
All That's Left in the World.
Oh, I know that it's like I think it's like an LGBT zombie love story, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's not been any zombies yet, but there's been basically a flu that has wiped nearly the whole world, and there's like 2 boys that meet by chance and start kind of like a friendship and stuff, and start traveling together in this post-apocalyptic world. And it has one of those things that I love, that it's basically when there's like a catastrophe or an apocalypse, the thing you must fear the most is normally people. Like, that's what I like to see.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm hoping they're going to expand on that a little bit, because so far there's not been zombies, but they've come across people that are a little bit complicated, shady and stuff.
That's fair. That's fair. Interesting. Let's see how everybody else got on. So we got to hear Michael Hall narrates Pet Sematary, and that is fantastically creepy. Love that. Agreeing about Michelle Obama. I forgot that Hannah changed the sounds. So I didn't change them on purpose. They're on a playlist. So the next one's going to be the Jane Eyre one anyway. But I am sorry to freak you out with that. I did some things, grabbed another cup of tea, read 7 pages of a huge coffee table book for autumn. Love that. 30 pages, and I'm the final part of Priory. You might even see some dragons soon. Who knows? Exciting times. I only read like 10 pages. Not sure what I did for the rest of the time. Sometimes it do be like that. I feel like the thing is, like, the thing with the Monarchs is I am enjoying it. I don't know if I'm enjoying it as much as I enjoyed the first one. The first one I found really creepy. This one has those creepy things, but it's doing that, like in horrors do this all the time. Weird things are happening, but it's almost like the characters are just willfully ignoring it, of being like, no, even though I've learnt from this before, I'm going to pretend this isn't an issue this time. And I usually believe that more in a first book than I do in a second. And I think that is what's irritating me about this. Because other than that, I'm really enjoying it. It's a good time. But I feel like they're willfully ignoring things. And the fact that it's taken this long for them to go, maybe something is wrong, when I've been sat here like, yeah, this isn't how shit works, But I am still enjoying it. Made it 74% of your book. Nice. Do you think you'll get it finished today? We've got at least 1 more sprint. I could probably do 2 more sprints, but I don't think Lizzie can do 2 more sprints. Lizzie can maybe do 1-ish sprint if I'm lucky. And obviously you two more than welcome if you are sleepy or whatever or you need to watch Red, White and Royal Blue again. I also understand if you need to do
priorities.
Right?
I can probably do 1 more sprint because I start work at 7 in the morning.
Oh, yikes. Okay, that's
in my living room, so it's not a long time.
Oh, okay. I think you have to be somewhere at 7. Like, yikes.
No. I have to be logged on and ready.
What do you do, if you don't mind me asking? You don't have to say.
I work in criminal justice.
Oh, okay. That's exciting.
I'll keep it vague.
No, that's fair. That's fair. That's exciting, though.
Yeah.
You're way more important than me. I just work in content. It's not exciting at all. It's a reprint of a book published in 1910, so I'm getting used to the writing. That's fair. I'm reading it extremely slowly. I'm only on page 45 of the Wizard Guide to Defensive Baking. I might just make a final chapter and then go to bed. That's fair. That's fair. I finished book X and its footnotes of Paradise Lost. Oh, 10, obviously. Of Paradise Lost. I need 2 books to go. Adam has invented misogyny now. I feel like what you've just described is the Barbie movie. I feel like part 10 is probably just the Barbie movie. Yeah, sure to finish it together. Oh, it's 4 p.m. then. Oh, yeah, you got loads of time. The Willful Ignorance and the Ravens, and a lot of them being new to the Coven, etc. I'm not inclined to pick up the Monarchs then. Oh, that's a shame. I'm enjoying it, but it is just a case of like, so you'll understand this because you're reading the Ravens. They are a coven of witches in a sorority, and rather than use their magic to like solve world hunger or bring about world peace, they use their magic to like throw really cool parties and things like that. And they're very kind of like self-centered in their magic. And a part of that is a protection thing. They don't need the world to know that they're witches, etc. And part of it is that they're just not that powerful, that they can't necessarily do magics that extenuous. In this one, that magic starts to go wrong. And at the moment, it's just kind of affecting their like day-to-day life in a way that makes them mundane. But the thing is, it feels insidious, like something is doing something to this to them, and they're just kind of like, oh, this is really weird, why is this happening? And I'm like, bitch, really? Like, we know why this is happening. Like, someone is out to get you. Go find out who it is. So I'm waiting for the mystery element of it to kick back in, rather than just the socializing. I'm praying I can finish these 100 pages before I pass out this evening. I believe in you. I believe you might need a coffee or a tea or something, but I do believe in you. Paradise Lost has a whole lot of parallels to the Barbie movie, both weird Barbie and Ken. I'll say it in different ways. Interesting. Love that. Right. How are we feeling? How are we feeling about the second to last sprint? I appreciate for at least 2 of you it's the last sprint. But how are we feeling about it? You ready to go, or are you like, Hannah, this is a lot, stop?
I'm fine so far. I don't know. As long as I don't fall asleep at some point, I'm good.
That's fine.
I don't know how much reading I'm going to do. I think I've reached my quota for today of reading.
That's fair.
I might
Scrolling
just
TikTok or watching YouTube is also valid for 45 minutes.
I might just sit here and pet Haku. He's being really cute.
I can't really see him because I can just see an ear, but oh, what a baby. How precious.
I've got my knees bent up onto the chair, and he's just like in the cradle, and he's being cute and holding my hand.
My cats are just fighting. They're just
the other cat's in the cat tree having a huff. He's being dramatic. Nice.
Why can't you guys be nice to each other? That's my question. They've been fed. They've got no reason to be boisterous towards each other. They're just grumpy.
I was literally going to say, are they hungry?
No, I fed them because I figured your back wouldn't be strong enough to come downstairs. So I thought I would do you the courtesy of feeding our cats.
You're the best.
I'd had to show the author isn't racist because it's an old nature book. They generally show casual racism. I hate having to research that. That's fair. All the kittens. Yeah, they're being monsters today, though. I don't know what's up with them. They're being extra needy. I can only assume it's because we dared to leave the house today.
Yeah, probably.
We do love cat content. Although, quite funnily, our flatmate texted me at the photo of Horatio up there, just saying, Hannah, why have you moved stuff around in the living room again? That was the question. It was just like, why have you done that? And I'm like, why are you attacking me? Like, just let me live my life.
It's a free living room.
Yeah, exactly. But still, he's not here to stop me. That's his worry. I almost made it the whole way through chapter 3. People were talking to me. Yeah, would have been great. I need tea. I'm tempted to throw us in a little bit early. It's like 3 minutes, but so I can get tea. Let's see.
Tea is. I think I'm just stuck here for the next few minutes.
Bless you.
Thanks. Lizzie, did you want a tea? Or do you don't want a tea?
No, I don't want a tea.
No, you don't want a tea.
Thanks, though.
That's okay. The Saxon holiday. Yeah, you'd think he should be. To be fair, Lizzie will confirm this. Zach sent yesterday a photo to the group chat that was harrowing. He's borrowed my flip-flops because he doesn't have any of his own. And they were just like Primani, unisex, like one size fits all flip-flops, right? They're now black. But just where his feet mark is. It's disgusting.
Oh,
I'm not a massive foot person anyway. It really upset me.
Yeah, it was kind of gross.
this isn't the polite way to put it, but that's such a guy thing.
Right?
That's you're not supposed to say that anymore, but it is.
I feel
Only
like
a guy could
you're
do
all
that.
saying friends here. Like, I feel like that is such a guy thing.
Only a guy could do that.
It was just like, why did you think I wanted to see that? Like, why did you think I wanted to see that? I didn't. But then, to be fair, I showed him a photo last week that he also didn't want to see, that someone had sent me, that was just funny, and he didn't find that funny either. So I feel like I brought it upon myself, like it was karma, but I also didn't appreciate it. And because he's 5 hours behind us, it was like as I was falling asleep.
Nightmare inducing.
Gross. Such a guy. Yeah. That's the horror content we didn't need. Didn't need it. Didn't need it. How did he manage to do that? So basically, he just wore them all day, and it's so hot. The sand, like a mix of sand and sweat and other gross things, just kind of accumulated on the bottom of his feet. Super gross. Super gross. Right. Who's crying now? Oh, of course it's Hamlet.
That's Hamlet. That's a Hamlet cry if I've ever heard one.
Hamlet! Why are you crying? Why are you crying?
The drama.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure he's on top of the clothes horse again, the Victorian one. We've got one that hangs from the ceiling. I'm pretty sure he's on that.
My cats love a clothes horse. They like climbing it and they like lying underneath it when there's clothes on it, like a tent.
Yeah.
And pulling things off of it.
Yeah, we've gone through 3 in the last 4 months. I have bought one from B&M, from Amazon, and the most recent one is from Morrison's. We burn through them because Hamlet is a chunky boy. He's a big cat, and he thinks they're his jungle gym, and they're not. He really said creature picture. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I love that. That's funny. Right, I'm going to throw on the last sprint for you guys, not the last sprint for me. I'm going to do at least one more, I think, just because I get stuff done. But I am going to go find out why the cats are crying. So I will see you in 45. Hey, hey, hey.
Hello.
Just updating Goodreads. I managed another 45-ish pages, so I'm now at 60% of the monarchs, and stuff is finally happening. Things are happening. I'm excited. Demons are involved. It's all very exciting.
That's good. I didn't read anything. I doom scrolled
That's fair.
and coupled.
I mean, he's a precious little boy. The fact that he's the same as your jumper as well.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. He likes face snuggles, so he's a bit mad that I'm not lying down.
That's fair.
He likes to be like this and
That's
like biscuits. So
That's fair. Right, you guys have been asleep this entire sprint, and now you're fighting. Love that. Love that. How'd you get on, Lizzie?
I read like another 50-ish pages, and I'm almost halfway through. It's good, but it is kind of like, when it tries to push a message and it's not subtle about it. This is a book about environmentalism, and if anyone tries to say any different, if people are like, oh, this is about witches, okay, witches are a subplot to environmentalism. Like, no one can tell me any fucking different. It's got a cool concept though of like a witch school, and like the fact that like nature magic is really prevalent, but it's all about how like all this unprecedented weather is happening, and like all these witches who have like winter magic can't deal with heat waves, and like I'm like, this is like a real heavy-handed message you're putting out there. Like, I respect it, and like I agree we should all be looking after the earth, but wow, try and like weave it into the story a bit more. Let's not just like slap everyone in the face with it.
Or just slap it. That's fine too. Like I feel like some people need to be slapped with messages,
Yeah, but
I can see loads of people have like and ahhed about that one, so I can see if that's the reason. Like, I get it.
But I also feel like the people reading this book don't need to be slapped in the face for environmentalism. Like, they're picking up a book about nature witchcraft. I think they care about the planet a little bit,
Maybe.
But then they're picking up a book, and that's not exactly environmentally friendly, but hey.
Well, it could be worse.
recyclable.
Could be worse.
It's all relative, isn't it?
But I'm just like, ugh. I don't know. It's kind of exhausting when it's so heavy-handed.
That's fair. I think also it doesn't help that you are actually exhausted.
Yeah, that's true. And I have work tomorrow morning.
You do. I mean, so do I. Just not as early as Eleanor.
No, not nearly as early.
How'd you get on, Kasha?
Good. I made it also nearly halfway through my book, so that's good. But I'm getting tired because for me it's now 11 o'clock, like I'm an hour ahead.
Yeah.
And I also have a cat here, but he's black, so you cannot see him.
Invisible.
Just about see.
Good. Blending in cats.
I can see
Aww.
him. Very cute.
Yeah, he's like 1.5 years.
Baby.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's rush through the comments then. And if those who want to need to dip, you may. Where did we get to? So I know where we got to because I had to clean up cat sick. Basically, TLDR, these doors, quite thin. Hamlet thought it'd be a really good idea after having eaten to lie on it, pressed it so far onto his throat that he then started choking, climbed down and was sick everywhere.
Oh, I'm so sorry about my son.
Fantastic.
It's your son. I dealt with your son.
I'm so sorry for my little man.
I'm officially dead tired and calling it a day. Good night. I hope you sleep well. I read another 25 pages, but I'm looking at catering options and now go bounce. Love you. See you later. Chapter 5, digging the world of the magic of the main character. Not sure about the pacing. A little rushed. That's fair. I like sometimes when it goes a bit faster. I read like 4 pages and gave up and started playing Hollow Knight. That's fair. That's valid. I'm 100 pages into God Game. Chapters are mostly 2 to 3 pages. So that's good for brain power. I love that. I'm with you, Lizzie, even if I agree. I don't feel like being talked out by an author. Like, trust me, we can put 2 and 2 together.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's fair.
That's what bothers me about books and movies as well, when they are explaining me stuff instead of showing me stuff. It's like, you don't have to tell me. I'm not that stupid. Thank you.
It just makes reading it a slog.
Yeah.
I don't want to be
give me hints. Yeah.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Right, Lizzie, is there anything you want to shout out before you disappear?
There's probably loads of things I should be shouting out, but my brain is mush.
Okay.
Oh.
So, other than my video that I put out, that
First time in 100 years. Lizzie,
in about 100 years, yeah. It's unhauling a bunch of books and some of them being sold. So if you want any special editions, there's links in that video.
I love that you've reached the level of tired where you sound a little bit drunk.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I slept so badly last night, and now I'm just like,
I hope everyone's very sympathetic because I'm not.
No. But Hannah lives with me, and I'm dramatic, so Like, it's my own fault.
There you go. Pixie's got you. The link is in the Discord for everyone who's in the Discord. Eleanor, anything you want to shout out before you dip?
I'm just, yeah, I don't know. My book stuff, I very sporadically upload. I don't have a schedule. I have a candle business as well, if anyone is interested in buying handmade candles.
Always. We love a candle in this house.
We
Lizzie's
do
asleep.
love
If they were more awake, they'd be all up in your business about the candles for sure.
We do love a candle in this house.
Are you burning a candle at the moment?
No.
Okay, because upstairs smelled like blackcurrant, and I wasn't sure if it was the little plug-in thing running out or if it was a candle you're burning.
No, that would be the plug-in.
Fair enough.
I can't find my lighter, so.
Oh, good.
Probably not good to light one as you're falling asleep.
Maybe not a good idea. But anything you want to shout out, Kasha, before you dip?
Nothing special. If anybody wants to read more horror books, next month I will be doing the Evil-a-thon. I do it every year in November. So I'm going to upload probably the prompts this week. They're all going to be based on Saw Death Trap theme. Those are going to be the prompts. I'm keeping it Saw theme since the new movie is coming out and everything.
How exciting.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds cool. That sounds
I like
cool.
the franchise. I don't know if you guys love
I didn't mind the
more
first
gory stuff or not, but
like the thing is, okay, I always tell people this story because I find it the funniest thing ever. I was traumatized. I've never watched them in order, but I watched the first one, really enjoyed it, but it was like because it was like the first of its kind and like that thing that I'd seen. But volume 4, there is a scene where people are nearly drowned in a swimming pool full of decaying pig. It's revolting, okay? It is truly disgusting.
it is.
When I was watching that film, it was at the age of like 15, surrounded by my friends, with 2 of my friends kissing this close to my face whilst that was on. And do you know what's worse than watching that scene? With surround sound smooching sounds. Disgusting.
I mean, there's a time and a place.
Right? Like, what about that is sexy? What about that is like, oh, people are literally screaming for their lives. There is a swimming pool versus like full of pig gore. Now's the time we should start kissing. Gross. Gross. Anyway, on that horrendous note, sorry for derailing it just a little bit at the end. Feel free to disappear, snooze. I hope you all sleep well. And it's been really nice hanging out with you guys.
Yeah, thanks for having me. That was good fun.
Anytime. And by anytime, I literally mean if you want to jump on again next week, like you're more than welcome to.
Thanks for having me too, Hannah. Because you know,
you live there. I don't get a choice.
You have to invite me.
Literally, like every year, like Lizzie's like, so what events are you doing? Are you doing a reading experience? I'm like, yeah, and they're like, cool. And then that's it. It's just understood that because they live here, they have to be on my channel.
The thing is, if Hannah doesn't invite me, I'll be a weirdo just behind Hannah. Just
it would be just
I mean, that would fit the theme of the readathon though.
Like creeping about,
like the last sprint of the month, you should just like dress up in some sort of costume and just with no context. Don't tell anyone, no context at all, and just do it.
I should try and get my ghost costume early.
Maybe don't wear that on the camera. Just
hey,
because,
listen, if we're going to modify it, we would modify it.
We would modify it. Lizzie is the ghost in the pantomime that we're in. And the ghost costume that Lizzie has to wear is a ghost costume. It's got like the white sheet raggedy bits to it, but it has a pointed hood.
And it's white. So it's a little bit sus.
It is very sus.
Who's in charge of wardrobe?
It's sus.
When I tried it on, she was like, "Is it okay?" I was like,
We're going to be pinning the inside of it so that it sits around head, so like sits
flatter.
Yeah.
I literally
2 gross.
I could not believe it though because it was so pointy.
That's unfortunate.
But anyway, yeah, that was our reaction too. But anyway, feel free to disappear then, and I will see you guys very soon.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye. Watch as Lizzie now struggles with her computer. Okay, so now you're just lumbered with me. I am going to do one more sprint because I did not quite finish moving books around, but I am so very close. And I also only have, I think something like 2 hours left on my audiobook. 2.5 hours. So I'm like, reasonably could finish it today. Probably won't. I probably won't be that silly. One, because Lizzie will need to sleep, and if I walk up those stairs, they will hear me. So I need to be respectful of not going up super late. So I'm going to do one more, which is 45 minutes, which then leaves about an hour and 45 minutes left on my audiobook for tomorrow, which feels reasonable. And then I can crack on with other things. Let me know, because the other audiobook that I'm supposed to be listening to that I am not enjoying as much, I love this. Thank you for the support. I feel free to go to sleep, but I also appreciate it. I'm not loving Her Majesty's Royal Coven. I'm just not. I don't know what it is about it that I'm not enjoying. I don't know if it's that the audiobook isn't very good or if it's just that I'm not in the mood for it. But considering I bought the Waterstone Sprayed Edge edition to go with the swanky Fairy Loot edition that Lizzie gave me, I don't love it. I don't love it. So I don't know. I just don't know if it's my vibe. So if you guys could just comment and let me know what you thought of it. And am I being picky, or is it just not? Is it just fine? Because I don't know if I want to continue, and I certainly don't know if I want to read the sequel. But I feel like that's going to be an unpopular opinion. I love that you could literally come downstairs, but your back hurts. So I could put you in a timeout and then I would be rid of you. But I wouldn't do that, obviously. See, this is the thing. Loads of people love it. Loads of people love it. And I wonder if the reason they love it so much is because it has great LGBT rep. Obviously, it's a trans author. It has trans rep. It has sapphic rep in it. It has BIPOC rep in it. It has like a real variety of interesting characters. I just don't care about them. I just don't. And I can't work out if it's the writing style or if the fact that it's meant to be an adult novel and it feels very YA, or if I'm just too early in it for the story to have really started. Hey, bud. I don't know, but I just don't care about it. That's fair. That's fair. I feel like it is an unpopular opinion. I feel like I do need to finish it, but I don't know if I'm going to pick up the sequel. And the thing is, I feel like the hype for the first one was a lot more than the hype I'm seeing for the second one, which to me is usually a sign that people really liked the book because of how and when it came out and the rep that it was involved, rather than actually enjoying the story. Because if they love the story, why are they not like continuing to rave about the second and third ones? Do you know what I mean? Like, I loved Red Rising. I have ranted about Red Rising, and I've ranted about every other book since Red Rising. And I know others that have read Red Rising and loved it have as well. So like the series holds up, but I haven't seen that about the Shadow Cabinet. So I don't know. I haven't read it either, but I also have a feeling it might be too YA for me. But that's probably see. This is the thing: is it feels like a YA, but it's meant to be an adult. There are adult themes in it. They talk about having kids and all sorts of things, but I don't know. I don't know. That's great, but beginnings. I agree. I absolutely agree. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. It absolutely needs to be better, like more than just rep for sure. Otherwise, yeah, it's just ticking boxes. It's not actually a good story. But I think the reason I'm struggling to decide is I cannot put my finger on what it is I don't like about it. If I could justifiably say it is this thing, that would make my life easier, but I cannot. Could be that it end saves it. It happens sometimes, but the book isn't great, but then the end gets you stoked. This could also be it. It could be it. It could also have nothing to do with the book whatsoever, and everything to do with the fact that it just isn't spooky. And I'm in a spooky season where I really want to be picking up spooky books. And so far, the books I've read this month have not been particularly spooky. So it could just be, well, no, that's not true. I read Don't Fear the Reaper and loved that. So it could just be that it's not spooky enough for me to be in this spooky season. And I might come back to it in December when my brain is mush and I need something a bit more gentle. Although having said that, I don't know if I will actually need that, purely because I've had such a up and down reading year anyway. Who knows? Who knows? Anyway, thank you. I'm going to go get myself another drink because I'm really thirsty. I can't work out why I'm so thirsty today. But I'll throw us into another sprint and I will see you guys in 45. Hey. How did we do? So I have officially finished moving all of my TBR into one place, and yet somehow I still have 3 or 4 stacks of books that were not on my TBR list, which is worrying. A little concerning. I don't know if that means that I have just not updated my spreadsheet in a really long time, or if I've just misplaced them. There's loads of books that I'm like, I just don't know where these are. So a little concerning. It could be that I've already unhauled some. It could be that I've already read some. Like some of them I've read, so I had to tick those off because apparently I hadn't bothered doing that. Some of them are sequels, so I know they are tucked further away. So I will go through those when I get a minute. Not going to have time to do that tomorrow because I'm working, because I, do that. But at the moment, done. My TBR is already at 230 books. Now, considering when I started at the beginning of the year, I think it was around 400. I'm going to go back and watch my TBR video and see where I was at with that. A little concerning that this TBR challenge has not undone that many, but it's better than nothing. It's better than nothing. So how did we get on? Yeah, I think I am going to let it. I think I'm going to soft DNF it for the moment, not fully DNF, and come back to it in December and see how I get on. I'm glad. My cats didn't care. Did not care they were birdsong. Did not care at all. I made that soundtrack out of 4 different outdoorsy sounds. It is rain, snow, birdsong, and a light wind, I think. And I just really like the mixture of it. I need to make another one for this year. I was doing them like every 3 months. But then I got distracted and I haven't made one in ages. So I will make one soon. Took the dog out, cleared up, got into bed, ready for... I love that for you. Considering it must be midnight where you are now. Genuinely amazed. Good work. And thank you. So this is it. This is kind of the end of the sprints now. I'm not even tired, which is a little concerning because, like I said, I've got work tomorrow. Probably because I've been moving around. Might have something to do with a tea that I just had. Who knows? I'm just thirsty, but I'm not tired at all. So I've got, let's have a look. I have 2 hours exactly of my audiobook left. So not quite the hour and 45 minutes that I thought I would have. I must have got distracted for 10 minutes, but that's not really a problem. I'm going to leave it and try and sleep, but I don't want to. So I am tempted at some point to do all day sprints, but through the week. We've got Gerbitathon sprints. Let me just have a look what time they start, because I think they start slightly earlier, but they may start at the exact same time. Yeah, 10 a.m. I've got them saved as 10 a.m. on Wednesday. So I am going to be sprinting pretty much all day Wednesday, but that is only for people who are on the Discord. So I'm sure it will mess with my stats. I don't care. It is for Discord only peeps. But I'm going to be sprinting all day and getting stuff done, reading, etc., etc. So please be there to hold me accountable. I really enjoyed tonight's sprints. Again, thanks to Lizzie, Kasha, and Eleanor for joining me earlier. Thank you to all of you for being all up in the comments. We love to see it. And other than that, buy something from Waypoint because it supports me in my content. Treat yourself to something spooky and have a nice evening. Bye, guys.